technology and medicine, but we're also here to inspire the innovators of tomorrow. Now, I have a very unusual background for a museum director because I used to be an investment banker. So I also understand that innovation alone is not enough. It needs the investors to back that technology, to bring it to millions at a price they can afford. So that's why I'm exceptionally thrilled that you're in my museum today. Now, you're going to be incredibly busy all day, networking, doing deals, and trying to shape the future. But if you get even just 2 minutes, can I ask you to go and look at my favorite object, which is the Soyuz capsule in the Space Gallery. It brought Tim Peake back from the International Space Station, and it's very humbling to look at the scorch marks as the Soyuz capsule came through our atmosphere. It's a reminder that we're pretty wonderful, but the power of nature is utterly awesome. Now, on a normal working day, the museum would be thronging with some of the millions of visitors we receive every year. And one of the reasons we're so popular is because of our wonderful science explainers who help the public understand our collections, do experiments with children and their families, and basically bring the experience to an incredibly dynamic level. So why don't we hear from one of those explainers? I'm going to hand over to Laura, who's going to give you some important practical information.
Thank you, Sir Ian. I'm one of the Science Museum's explainers, and I'm here to give you a run-through of some important safety and well-being notices. There are no planned drills, so all alarms and announcements are to be followed. In the unlikely event that we need to evacuate the building, please remain seated and follow instructions from our staff. Anyone who needs assistance in an emergency, please make yourselves known to a member of the GIS event staff. Now, can I ask you to switch your mobile devices to silent as we are about to start?
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Investment Summit 2021. Please welcome to the stage your MC for the day, Dambisa Moyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to London, welcome to the Science Museum, and welcome to this very important Global Investment Summit. My name is Dambisa Moyo. I'm a global economist, and I serve on the board of the Department of International Trade. I'm also an investor in the UK and in the United States. For our purposes today, I will be your MC. Shortly, we'll be welcoming the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson. For your information, please be aware that parts of the sessions are recorded. This is a room full of people whose time should never be taken for granted. Your presence here, each and every one of you, matters much more than usual. We are meeting at an important juncture. Post-Brexit, where there's a new narrative around global Britain, in anticipation of a post-COVID recovery, and at a point where Britain, as the president of the G7 this year and COP26, is accelerating the climate change agenda. But perhaps most importantly, we are convening at a time when climate change is one of the biggest threats to human existence. Having such a prestigious gathering gives us an opportunity to forge partnerships between government and business and to take substantial steps today towards solutions on climate change. We can all agree in this room on the importance of a low-carbon future and the urgency of the transition to a sustainable energy transition. However, too often the steps towards climate action are reactive and focused on risk mitigation, and too rarely on proactive investment opportunities with an eye towards innovation and breakthrough technologies such as blue and green hydrogen, nuclear, as well as batteries. Of course, an investment thesis for climate action must address water scarcity, extreme weather events, and the risks of increasing emissions. For example, I know that many companies represented in this room are already making important strides around disclosing Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. As we know, there are returns to be generated from efforts in risk mitigation. However, the path to net zero by 2050 is steep, and if we are to rely too heavily on risk mitigation, we will struggle to achieve it. Therefore, investment in climate action is critical. To place the investment needs in context, according to the IEA, the energy transition alone could require $5 trillion of investment every single year if we are to achieve net zero by 2050. This is more than double the annual investment being made today. In this sense, the real upside for business and society are investments that are being made in innovation. Britain is a country that innovates. As we all know, it was one of the few countries to develop a COVID vaccine under time pressure. That success is an example of government, business, and academia working together. Today, we will hear more from the leaders behind the vaccine on an innovation panel. The showcase here in the Science Museum is a testament to Britain's long-standing leadership in entrepreneurship and innovation. If you haven't seen it already, I urge you to do so over lunch. Setting the right policy framework is crucial to achieve net zero. We will soon hear from the Prime Minister about his vision for the UK economy and his 10-point plan for the country to lead the green industrial revolution. Later this morning, we will also hear from some of the world's leading financial institutions and investors on the role that finance will play in decarbonization. We know we need greater public and private investment to scale up renewable power. Today's environmental, social, and governance priorities require the private sector to follow its genius in allocating capital and resources toward profitable returns while finding sustainable and equitable solutions to enormous climate challenges. We know smart investments in climate action can generate real financial returns above the cost of capital. Climate investments done right will not only speed up the energy transition, but also reduce energy poverty, recognizing that still today, over 1 billion people, roughly 15% of the world's population, lack access to reliable, affordable power supply. This is why I am looking forward to speaking with the Business and Energy Secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, after lunch on how the government will implement the Prime Minister's 10-point plan. Later today, Lord Grimstone, the Minister for Investment, will launch an investment atlas focused on green that details specific investment opportunities in every corner of this country. Crucially, climate investments will enable us to counter the international knock-on effects from energy poverty, including disorderly migration, deteriorating living standards, and geopolitical conflict. I am therefore thrilled that Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, is here to share her thoughts on how the world moves international trade onto a sustainable footing. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking forward to today's agenda, my hope is that today's event offers a platform for us all to show leadership on how to find and fund climate solutions to support generations to come. I would urge you as leaders to share your hopes, ideas, and concerns around the energy transition throughout today. It is now my great honor to introduce the Secretary of State for the Department of International Trade, the Right Honorable Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
It is my great pleasure to open our Global Investment Summit today and to welcome you all to the Science Museum. With enormous thanks to Dame Mary Archer and Sir Ian Blatchford for hosting us in this amazing setting. The Science Museum shows the technological and mechanical progress that we have made over more than 2 centuries, from the first steam engines to the pod used by our very own Tim Peake. Scientific progress which has been mainly built on human ingenuity and carbon. It is time to put our reliance on carbon as a source of energy behind us and to look to our clean, green future and the innovation through investment critical to driving this forwards. Here at the Science Museum, the Energy Revolution Gallery, generously sponsored by Gautam Adani, illustrates some of the exciting potential of green and clean innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nowhere better to invest than the UK. We are the fastest growing economy in the G7 and flying the flag for free and fair trade as president of the G7 this year. We are positioning ourselves at the centre of an advanced network of trade deals with the world's largest and fastest growing economies. We are rallying the world as hosts of COP26 summit to combat climate change and keep the challenge of 1.5 degrees alive. Now, the UK is a science and tech superpower, from our trials on fusion power to our development of a COVID vaccination and rollout in record time. As the world recovers from coronavirus, investment to energise world trade has never been more important. It is vital to supporting jobs, growth, and the long-term prosperity for all. Investors are helping us grow from strength to strength, from Pfizer in Swindon to Valneva in Scotland and Wockhardt in Wales. This success is underpinned by the UK's unique offer to investors as a low-tax, high-skill economy, and also respected for our rule of law. That is why we see the industries of the future thriving across the UK, from the world's largest offshore wind farm rising off the east coast of Yorkshire, to electric cars being built from Sunderland to Swindon. Fundamentally, investment is critical to seizing the great opportunities and indeed tackling the challenges of our time. Investment leads to more successful companies, generating wealth, new ideas, and well-paid jobs for local people. In the last decade alone, investment has created over 700,000 jobs across the country. And we are opening ourselves up to new investment opportunities to help build back better than ever before. Investment also provides the spark for companies to innovate, especially in the clean technologies needed to combat climate change and sustainably secure our future. Take the northeast of England, where the world's first steam railway ran. Now, the Tees Valley is set to be home to the UK's first ever hydrogen transport hub and the world's first net zero industrial zone. Our historic industrial heartlands are right at the heart of our green industrial revolution, and that is being fueled by investment. We know there are huge economic opportunities in green enterprise. $30 trillion of global investment funds already invested in sustainable assets, having doubled in just 4 years. A global export market for low-carbon products set to be worth over $2 trillion by 2030. And the UK's low-carbon economy set to grow by 11% a year. Put simply, investment means prosperity and sustainability for us all. The UK is working flat out to maximise its potential as a global hub for trade and investment. Our Office of Investment, under the leadership of my colleague Lord Grimstone, is helping secure the most strategic and high-value deals. Only last month, we had the expansion of our sovereign investment partnership with the UAE to £10 billion, to the benefit of our life sciences, green tech and services industries. This office was launched by the Prime Minister, who you'll be hearing from shortly, as his personal commitment that the UK is open to those who want to realise their ambitions here and to grow. We are also working through our new trade and investment hubs to provide on-the-ground expertise for investors and to help channel funding into every region and nation of the UK. This is Global Britain in action, looking outward to embrace new opportunity. That is why we are inviting you all to seize the opportunities of the future. Together, we can spearhead an investment-led recovery by working to realise our ambitions. That is how we build back better, stronger, and greener than ever. Thank you.
I want to see the future. I want to build the future. I want it to be big, bold, brave. To go further, faster. To make the impossible possible. I want to be where the generations of today build the solutions of tomorrow. Investing in cleaner, greener, kinder, smarter innovation. Harnessing the sun, the sea, and the wind. Turning the elements to power. On a grand scale. I want to go where innovation saves lives, rebuilds lives, creates life. I want a future built on the shoulders of giants, on a heritage of ideas. It's going to need the right environment. High impact, high value investment. World-class skills. A global vision. I've seen the future. And it's here.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, and welcome to this first Global Investment Summit. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look around this extraordinary science museum, but when you look at these strange old gizmos and contraptions, these proto-turbines and spinning jennies, it's incredible to think that they are, like so many in this audience, they are the cornflakes that got to the top of the packet. They are the winners. And I want you to think instead of all the millions of misshapen mutant objects that never made it into this museum, the TVs that didn't turn on, the rockets that blew up, the cars that were meant to run on rhubarb wine. I want you to think of all those inventors in history blubbing in their scorched garages. And I want you to think about how exhausting and time-consuming and expensive it is to produce a genuine scientific breakthrough. And then I want you to reflect on the sheer improbability of what humanity has achieved in the last 18 months. We still don't have a vaccine for AIDS. We don't have a cure. We don't have a cure for the common cold. But within a year of the appearance of COVID-19, this lethal new virus with its uncanny powers of transmission, we have forged an entirely new set of armour for our species, and it's getting stronger all the time. I've had my vaccine, several in fact. Have you? Yes? Full to the washing around your eye, washing around the back teeth with vaccine. We all are, and it's thanks to this protection that we've been able to hold this summit in the way that we are, and to meet and even to shake hands in the old-fashioned way, do some of the things that we always used to do. And the current stresses and strains in the global supply chains are actually a function, of course, of an economy, a world economy, that is suddenly surging again with demand and vaccine-induced confidence. And that's why this country is forecast to have the fastest growth of any advanced economy in the world next year. That's not just Rishi you saying that, it's the OECD. Consumer spending in the UK per capita is almost a third higher than our friends in the EU. And when you look at the lightning speed of the vaccine rollout, there were all sorts of things that made it possible. We had scientists at a great university, my own as it happens, who produced an affordable room temperature vaccine. And then did a fantastic deal with the UK government, by which we were able to send about 1.5 billion doses at cost around the world. We had the NHS to put it into our arms, all the army of council workers, the volunteers, everybody who helped. But we had one other thing that made those vaccines possible, my friends, and you know what it is. It was something that many of you represent, all of you represent, and that is free market capitalism. Free market capitalism, the willingness to spend massive sums at risk on something that might never come off. And we had great companies, AstraZeneca, the direct lineal descendant of Brunner-Mond and ICI. We had Pfizer, Moderna, and others. And in Wales, I'm proud to say we had the bottling plant that made it all possible. Wockhardt, actually an Indian company. Do you know that? Wockhardt from Mumbai, whose family motto was work hard, hence Wockhardt. That's true. It was the heart wok of those companies, of Wockhardt and their staff. It's absolutely true. That made it possible, and the whole system is supported by investors and shareholders and bankers. That's how this miracle was performed, and I think it's a very significant event historically, because for more than 10 years or so, we've all been worrying that Francis Fukuyama, remember him? We've all been worrying that he was wrong, and we've been thinking, what if the future does not really belong to open societies and free market democracies? And I think actually the story of the COVID vaccines is a crucial reminder of what that system can achieve. Because in the end, it was free market capitalism in the great democracies of the world that helped the world to produce the most effective vaccines. And that is the formula we must now repeat. Innovation, capitalism, and a strong government lead. Because we face a challenge that is even bigger for humanity, a threat to our way of life that is ultimately far worse than COVID. In just a couple of weeks, the world will assemble in Glasgow. And I hope that many of you, all of you, will be there. Because the lesson of COVID is absolutely clear. We have to listen to the scientists. They're very often right, you know. We need urgent government action. But we must mobilize the markets. We must bring in the private sector, because I can deploy billions, with the approval of the Chancellor, obviously. But you in this room, you can deploy trillions. Indeed, I'm given to understand that there is $24 trillion represented in this room. Is that right? $24 trillion. And so I want to say to each and every one of those dollars, you're very welcome to the UK. And you've come to the right place at the right time. Because we're going through 3 huge transformations in this country, each of them driving the other and each helping to make this place a better place to invest. And the first is the Green Industrial Revolution, the 10-point plan, the new decalogue that I brought down from Sinai last year, which is today being elaborated in our plan for net zero to build back greener. This was the first nation to industrialize, to send the plumes of smoke from the Midlands. We were the first to knit the deadly tea cozy of CO2 that is now driving climate change. And so we have a responsibility to set an example. And we are. We are already the Saudi Arabia of wind power, with more offshore wind than anywhere else on earth. We have the most ambitious timetable anywhere to end ICE cars, internal combustion engine cars that run on hydrocarbons. And that's why we're making the big bets that we are with you on EVs and gigafactories, and we want to go further. It was the strike price, the idea of the contract for difference, that enabled the private sector to come in with wind power. And that's what we're now doing with hydrogen, because we want to be the Klondike of carbon capture and storage, the Qatar of hydrogen. I think Qatar may already be the Qatar of hydrogen, but we want to be with you. And I think hydrogen is part of the solution, because I saw a JCB digger yesterday that ran on hydrogen, and to drive a digger or a truck, or to hurl a massive passenger plane down the runway, you need what Jeremy Clarkson used to call grunt. I think there may be a technical term for it, but a grunt. And hydrogen provides that grunt. And so we're making big bets on hydrogen, we're making bets on solar and hydro, and yes, of course, on nuclear as well, nuclear for our baseload. And we're making such massive progress that we've now pledged to switch entirely to green power generation by 2035. And I know that there are some who say that we're going too fast. And I say to them that, frankly, there is a force out there that is stronger than government, and actually a force that is stronger even than business, represented by the $24 trillion in this room. And that force is consumer choice. That force is the market. And the market is going green. And people know that we have the technological solutions to these problems, and they want to go green. And they know that we'll be able one day to bring down the prices of green technology, EVs and heat pumps and solar panels, in a way that we so rapidly made microwaves and mobile phones affordable. And they can see that we can do it. When I was a kid, 80% of our energy came from coal. When I was mayor of London, it was down to 40%. Today, it's less than 1%. And at the same time, we are turning this green industrial revolution into sustained economic growth, because we've cut CO2 by 44% on 1990 levels in this country, and yet the UK economy has grown over that period by 78%. To adapt Gordon Gekko, who may or may not be a hero of anybody in this room, green is good, green is right, green works. And that is the way ahead for the whole planet, because this COP26 must be the moment when government joins hands with the private sector, together with the MDBs, with the IMF, the World Bank. We should be setting the parameters, the strike prices, the contract for difference for this green technology. We should be using this moment collectively as government to leverage in the trillions of the market, creating the country platforms that will not only tackle climate change, but deliver green jobs and green growth around the world. And here in the UK, that technological revolution is being turbocharged by the second of the three big changes that are happening in our country. We're using our new freedoms outside the EU to do things differently and to regulate, we hope, better. Not just when it comes to vaccines, but in so many areas of the 21st century economy where the UK has a lead. Financial services, cyber, AI, quantum computing, gene editing, data, tech of all kinds. FinTech, MedTech, EdTech, Nanotech, Green Tech. Starting to sound like 15th century Mexico. We lead the world in tech. We have more than there are only, let me tell you something, there are only 3 countries in the world that have more than 100 unicorns. You know what I mean by unicorn? It's a tech startup worth more than $1 billion. And they are the US, China, and the United Kingdom. And the thing about we've got about 106 now, I think. And our nearest European rival, I won't mention them by name, I have, I think, about 24, but never mind. But the point about these technical unicorns, they are increasingly dispersed around the UK. And there are tech unicorns in Manchester, in Solihull. And that brings me to the third great transformation that is happening now in our country, and the overarching moral, political, economic objective of this government. And I believe, that talent and genius and flair and imagination and enthusiasm are distributed evenly throughout the human race and throughout the UK. but opportunity is not. And for too long, we've had in the UK a grotesquely lopsided economy. So we are uniting and levelling up with a colossal £640 billion programme of investment in infrastructure, in education, in skills, and in technology. We're investing in Northern Powerhouse Rail and other massive projects connecting the great urban centres of the north so that there's the same ease of commuting, the same agglomeration effects that we've long seen in the south. We're putting gigabit broadband everywhere. It was 7% when I first became Prime Minister. It's now rising 65%, all propelled by Rishi's wonderful super deduction for capital investment. And we're investing in the skills of the British people, finally tackling the productivity puzzle, that we have some of the most productive companies anywhere in the world, but also this great long tail of relative lack of productivity, moving from a low-wage, low-skill economy to a high-wage, high-skill economy, controlling immigration, but with a commitment to global talent and making sure that we are open to people who want to come and make their lives here and contribute to our country. And that is the plan. The green industrial revolution, turbocharged by new Brexit freedoms, with an agenda to unite and level up across the country. And we have all sorts of familiar advantages, or ones that you will have heard me say before, possibly, some of you veterans of my speeches, Jerry. The time zone. We have the right time zone. We have the right language. Well, I think it's the right language. I mean, it's a pretty useful language. We have the rule of law. We have great universities. Some of the world's best universities are in this country and dispersed across this country. We have a cultural and media footprint so massive that Peppa Pig is, which I know a lot about at the moment, Peppa Pig is teaching kids in America to say tomato and petrol and mummy instead of mom, apparently. And there are 3 current contestants for the world #1 hit. They are Adele and Coldplay and Ed Sheeran. And if you're really worried about the weather, which I can't believe you are, let me remind you, as I never tire of saying, that it actually rains more in Rome. This is the great cultural Moulinex of the world. It is the cyclotron of talent. We already attract huge sums of inward investment, more than anywhere else in this hemisphere. And this is the moment when we in the UK want to lengthen that lead. This summit has already, by its own standards, been a success because we've raised a further 10 billion of inward investment, creating 30,000 new jobs. But you will remember that moment in Trading Places when Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd have been selling pork bellies, or I think maybe it's frozen concentrated orange. You remember this bit? Sell. And then they turn and they look at each other with a wild gleam in their eyes. And they look at the clock and they buy. And now is that time, my friends. Now is the moment. Now is the moment for you to consult the atlas of investment that we've provided for you. Now is the time for you to buy into a country that has long-standing and natural advantages as a home for investment, but which is now changing and building on those advantages and moving in an exciting new direction with a green industrial revolution, with new regulatory freedoms, and a new mission to unite and level up across the whole of the United Kingdom. Come with us on that journey, and I can tell you the UK government will be with you every step of the way. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the summit. Thank you.
To get from 51 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions to zero, we need to change the way we make just about everything in the next 30 years. This is the greatest opportunity for innovation in human history. Some of the solutions we need are already starting to compete with the fossil fuel incumbents they're designed to replace. But for many of the newer technologies, showing that they work in the real world requires large-scale commercial plants. We need to innovate not just in the technologies, but in how the public and private sectors come together to build this scale. And that's why Breakthrough Energy is launching the Catalyst program to bring the next generation of climate solutions to market in time and at a low enough cost to avoid a climate disaster. We're bringing together philanthropists, governments, and leading companies to make bold investments in technologies with great promise, but with a long road to commercial success. These investments won't just help reduce emissions, they'll also create new high-paying jobs for decades to come. The first 4 technologies we're focusing on are green hydrogen, where we split water molecules and we use the hydrogen for power. Second is long-duration energy storage, so we can use intermittent sources like solar, even when the sun isn't shining. Third is sustainable aviation fuel, where we take biological inputs, including municipal waste, and we convert it to replacement jet fuel. Fourth and finally, direct air capture, where we literally take the carbon out of the air and store it away where it'll no longer cause any heating. I'm optimistic we can succeed if we act boldly together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage journalist and government spokesperson for COP26, Allegra Stratton.
Hi everyone, as you heard, my name's Allegra Stratton, and to talk about the idea of the UK as a science superpower, working with all of you in this room to deal with, first and foremost, climate change, but of course the issues of our time, I am delighted to bring onto the stage my boss, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, and joining us, Bill Gates. Bill, you're being bashful there. Right, first and foremost, Prime Minister, I think you have an announcement for us all.
Yes, I do, and I just want you will have seen the video that just played, everybody, about the breakthrough partnership that the Gates Foundation and the British government are launching together today. And I think that the idea behind it is fantastic. There are a lot of money, I think, goes into some of the well-known green technologies. But what we're saying today is that we want to invest in the ones that are currently not attracting the support that they might, and that could hold out real hope for humanity and the future. So we're together. We're putting in 200 million. I think Bill's putting in 200 million. If I got the numbers right.
Just checking.
Just checking. There's no
400 each.
400 each, is it?
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Okay. Well, if you're already going to put in 400, I think we're going to have to go back to the Chancellor and see where we get it. But what we want to support, and I'm delighted that you're going up to 400. What we want to support is direct air capture, long-term battery life, jet zero, and green hydrogen. I think these are all technologies that have massive potential, but they're currently underinvested in by comparison with some others. So that's our.
We're going to look at in detail at some of those innovations in a second. But firstly, Bill, at the back end of your film, you talked about acting boldly together. This is exactly what we are now watching and listening to. First of all, tell us why the UK?
Well, the UK, as was said, actually has made immense progress on reducing carbon emission. The first floor of this museum, there's these steam engines which, drove the industrial revolution, and of course that was based on coal. And now the UK, who started it all, has moved largely away from coal and has policies to support great science, has got the great institutions. And so with this announcement, it's perfect that we're doing this with the UK, because we're going to take these technologies, which are not yet economic, that is the extra cost to be green, what we call the green premium, is very, very high today for the hydrogen and the direct air capture and sustainable aviation fuel. And with the investments we're making in projects here in the UK, that the government will tell us where to put those projects, and we'll make sure that we have private sector management power behind those projects, we will scale those up and bring down that cost. So we'll get these to the same place we are today with solar and onshore wind, and so they can be scaled up to reduce emissions.
Bill, tell us, I mean, we don't have much time. Everyone here knows that. When do you think one of them, all of them, will check out? When will we know? I know that the investment starts next year.
Well, we'll be funding these projects jointly next year. The UK's already got a number of applications coming in. We have lots of small companies that are inventing better technology for doing these things. So over the next 5-year period, we expect at least one of these technologies will be ready to scale, and over the next decade that all of them will be. Because one of the challenges with short-term goals is that we just focus on electric cars, which we need, and solar and wind, which we need, but we don't fix the industrial sector, the home heating sector, some of the tougher areas, including aviation, where green hydrogen, which we discussed last night at length, if you get the price down enough, it helps with a lot of these very hard to decarbonize areas. So this thing is going full speed. We'll jointly grant money to projects next year.
Prime Minister, I work with you, I know you very well. This is quite close to what I think your creed is, which is you deeply, passionately believe in dealing with climate change. You believe in the United Kingdom being at the forefront of that, but you think everyone in this room, help is needed.
I do, Allegra. I think that the government can't do it on its own, and the taxpayer can't do it on his or her own. It's just not going to work like that. As I said just now, we can deploy billions, perhaps hundreds of billions, but in the end, it's the trillions of the market that will make the difference. And that's why the sermon about the COVID vaccine is so important. I'm delighted, by the way, to see so many heroes of that vaccine rollout. They seem to have left, though. They've gone off to do something else. But, you know, I'll give a talk about the COVID vaccine rollout. But this was made possible by free market capitalists who invested and took money spent money at risk. Now, what government has to do is as far as we can de-risk those investments, not just in the UK but around the world, and that's going to be, I think that's going to be the secret of COP, to be absolutely frank, and for tackling climate change in the future. The developing world has got to be given the help it needs to decarbonize. Why should you? We in the UK, we've been pumping this stuff into the air for 200 years. Those countries haven't, and they're going to need help to reduce their CO2 output. But the only way that help can be given in the volume required is with massive private sector investment. But government has to take away the risk.
Bill, in your book, I think you call that global levelling up.
Yeah, if we just take the technologies we have today, it's unaffordable even in the rich countries, but certainly unaffordable in the middle income countries. And that's why COP26, it's fantastic. The second day is devoted to innovation. You know, 6 years ago, innovation was in a side tent event that I organized with some world leaders. It was not part of the COP. Here, I think you'll see the most exciting thing going on is that Innovation Day. And the way that you can get from the trillions that you would have to subsidize down to something that really works is through innovation. And so we have to look at these incredible premiums and say, okay, what innovation anywhere in the world, including a lot of UK innovation, can be done? And it's that scale up, building the first big green hydrogen plant, building the first steel plant that is completely clean. That's how you get the cost down. So what happened with solar, lithium-ion batteries, and is in the process of happening, we often give the example of offshore wind, where the UK is the leader in making sure that every new field that gets built, that difference that the government has to fund comes down. And eventually, like it has with electric cars, eventually it reaches zero. And then you can say to these people to put out their trillions. When the green premium is very high, then you need to activate innovation. And the rich countries have that innovation. So when people say, well, why should we reduce our emissions? Those other middle income countries aren't going to do it. The answer is that by doing it and going first with these projects, we drive the cost down and enable the entire world, not just the rich world or rich companies. And the rich companies are the funding, this catalyst money It's partly philanthropic money from me, but it's also private sector companies.
People here
who are
They will
committed.
get a very substantial return.
Yeah, well, this money, this upfront money, not so much. No, I mean, look, somebody's
Oh,
got...
you mean the 400 stroke 800
yes,
billion?
yes,
Yeah. Okay. Right,
Eventually, as we get that
Yes.
green premium down,
Yes.
then they will fund the offshore wind farms,
bet.
the nuclear reactors.
I
but-
was talking to somebody, I think it was from some friendly Gulf country, who was saying the offshore wind was like a license to print money at them, or some phrase like that. I don't want to put words into his mouth.
But Bill, I think you think that the innovations of today are not struggling for investment. It's the innovations of tomorrow.
Well, of the source of emissions, the majority are not economic today. That is, green aviation fuel costs twice as much as normal aviation fuel. Green cement costs twice as much as normal cement. And it's very hard to turn to India and say, okay, build half as many buildings and roads and don't have the basic shelter that we take for granted. And it's also hard to say, okay, here's trillions of dollars to subsidize your using green cement.
Correct.
Neither of those things are going to work. The good news is that with the right innovation, that premium can be brought down to be either very small or zero. And so somebody's got to fund these projects. You're funding that difference in cost for offshore wind. Here we're talking about the first projects that will be in these first four areas, and you'll pick the area of the country where the job creation is important and you want to build up those skills. But our 400 million pounds and yours will fund those projects. And it's because of those projects, like the original funding for solar panels when they were expensive, or lithium-ion batteries when they were very expensive, that gets you on this scale-up learning curve. And then you either get very, very small green premiums or magically absolutely no green premium.
PM, the International Energy Agency published the other day saying we don't have the technology yet totally to get us to 2050 net zero. Either we don't have it, or to Bill's point, it's too expensive. I'm going to ask you a question I think I know the answer to. Does it ever daunt you?
No, because I think that the speed of progress can be so extraordinary, and that was the point I was trying to make earlier on. A year to crack a COVID vaccine, when humanity really wants something, our Promethean powers of invention are quite amazing. When we have to do it, then we do it. Necessity, the mother of invention. We crack it. And look at what the UK has done with coal-fired power stations. It's a big problem around the world. I'm massively sympathetic to countries that are still relying on coal, but there are alternatives. Wind is not a commodity that is restricted to the UK. There are plenty of. I know it hasn't been a particularly windy year, but we must propitiate Aeolus, the god of winds, and sacrifice a goat or something and get it. But lots of goats in a humane way, obviously.
But Bill, thinking about the IEA report, you were nodding your head there. You've already outlined the four in the video: green hydrogen, long-term batteries, SAF, we call it Jet Zero, and then direct air capture. But it's going to have to be something other than that, isn't it? Or are those four going to get us to net zero?
Yes, those four cover the majority of the areas that are still not economic today. So, you take this thing about the wind has been low. Well, that's where you need the long-term storage to take the sunny days, the windy days, and actually have enough energy for the rest of that time. Reliability is still very important to people. You get long periods that are very cold, you get periods that are very hot, and you actually get less generation and more demand during both of those difficult periods. The IEA report was good because what IEA's always done in the past is they've shown business as usual without breakthrough innovation. And sadly, that shows that we won't reduce hydrocarbon usage much at all. We funded the IEA to say, hey, assume we got to zero, what would have had to happen? And that's why these four innovations were at the top of their list, where innovation would have to happen.
What about fusion, Bill? Well, you haven't got much on. Why don't we back a? When I became a member of Parliament for South Oxfordshire for Henley 20 years ago, they told me that fusion was just 20 years away. I went to this laboratory in Culham where they were doing it. Unfortunately, it still is 20 years away. But do you not think that offers a prospect for humanity as well?
Absolutely. So the three technologies, we have these first four where we have good ideas about how to do the projects. We're ready to go. The next three is we need low-cost fission, which the UK is looking for partners to do that. And I think some good things can emerge there. Fusion is further off. There are some advances. I've invested a number of fusion companies, but I would say it's still too soon on that one. And then cement is the last one. Cement. And so area by area, you have to take all those areas of emissions. And the optimism that you're showing, of course, I agree completely. We've seen in the digital realm, we've seen in the health realm, whether it's malaria or COVID, there's great things happening there. Our foundation funds a lot of research in the UK to do that. Here in energy, it's a little bit harder because you have to build these big plants. You have to replace every steel factory, every cement factory in the world. It's the large physical economy we have. So we have to adapt our thinking a little bit, but that same optimism, finding brilliant ideas, bootstrapping the scale to get it to be economic. I'm very optimistic, which is the only way we'll hit zero by 2050, not just in rich countries, but in the entire world.
And to both of you, we need to move on to COP in a second, but to everyone in this room, the only way we hit 2050 net zero is with everyone's help.
That's right. At each stage of the innovation pipeline, the people in this room have a role to play, particularly once we get those things at low green premiums, and you've got to scale up at the trillions and trillions of dollars level. Okay, right. COP26 in a fortnight. I'm going to ask both of you the same question. What do you need to be seeing and hearing for it to be a success?
Do you want me to go for?
Go ahead.
When I have a go. What we've got to do, Allegra, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. We've got to keep 1.5 alive. Keep 1.5 alive. At one point, that means we've got to make sure that humanity still has the ability to restrict the increase in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. That sounds like a pretty modest ambition. In reality, that's a huge thing to achieve, and it will be dramatic for our lives and for the lives of our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and so on. It is crucial that we do it. The evidence is overwhelming. How do we do it? Countries have to make bigger commitments to reduce their CO2. The nationally determined contributions have to be bigger, and we're working on that. We've got a very good attendance. In spite of the pandemic, it looks like a lot of people are going to be able to come in person to COP. But the four areas of practical progress that we want are on coal, cars, cash, and trees. I've already mentioned the cash. You've got to support countries that are a long way off in their ability to put in this technology, and that's why we need that $100 billion a year. It's crucial for the success of the summit that the G20 countries, the rich countries, show that they understand the solidarity the global solidarity that's necessary. That's absolutely crucial. Coal. I've said what I've said. We can move beyond coal. We need to do that. And the President Xi in China made a big commitment to no more financing of international coal, and that's great. But we need to move away from coal more generally across the world by 2040 for everybody, for 2030 for developed nations. Cars. Sorry, I'll just quickly sum up. Cars. We need to end our dependence on ICE, internal combustion engine, hydrocarbon-driven cars, and trees. We need to plant zillions of trees. I can't remember the exact number, but it's zillions. Yeah. What is the number?
A lot.
Zillions.
Yeah. Part of the beauty of a conference like this is to be honest about the innovations we still don't have. So, anybody who expects this conference to say, okay, we have everything we need, it's done, we don't need to have this meeting again, that's not realistic. But if you look at how far we've come in the last 6 years, and how innovation now is embedded into this gathering to challenge people in areas like, green hydrogen today is ridiculously expensive. And even these, first few projects will only get us part of the way. But I do think it's forced people to increase their commitments. It's forced the world to look at where we still have gaps. And that's what's going to drive us to solve the problem.
Something's happened that I never thought would happen, which is we've finished on time. That 20 seconds they've just given us, for me, I suppose. I hope it's been clear from the last 15, 20 minutes, whether it's bills acting boldly together or the PM's matching formula, government, business, science, that we want to get to net zero, but we want to do it with all of you in the room. So anyway, my thanks. I hope all of you join me in thanking Bill Gates and the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Allegra. Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah,
good job.
great.
Good job.
Thanks so much.
So we got you to 800.
I hope I'm right.
Thank you very much.
The thing that attracts us about investing in the UK is the strength of the UK workforce, the stability of the political system, the sensible fiscal spending policies, and the strong rule of law.
For many years, the UK has been one of the most open places in the world to invest. The creation of a new investment council and this summit helped to ensure the UK retains that position, attracting more innovation and investment to the benefit of UK citizens.
We're really excited by the UK government's 10-point plan. We appreciate the climate imperative that we are faced with, and sustainable investing is at the core of GIC's mandate of achieving good long-term risk-adjusted returns. And we believe that companies with strong sustainability practices will deliver better returns over the long term.
In line with the 10-point plan, we're investing across offshore wind, hydrogen, carbon capture, and low emissions transportation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The summit plenary is about to recommence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The summit plenary is about to recommence. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your MC, Dambisa Moyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back on time. We have an exciting second half. We just wanted to let you know, first and foremost, to remind you that we are, in some cases, being videoed, just so you're aware. So in terms of the next session, I'm delighted to introduce you to Linda Yu, who is a broadcaster and an economist, really building off of some of the conversation we've already had, but she will be introducing the Director General for the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Obviously, the importance of trade continues to be a backbone of the global economy, and it'll be quite interesting to hear from her address one of the more cynical views that actually trade might be driving against some of the sustainable desires of the Climate Action Program. So I'm delighted to introduce Linda Yu, who will be moderating the panel. Thank you so much.
Schneider has a long-standing presence in the UK. We have over 4,000 employees here, 9 factories, over 40 different locations throughout the country. And I think the UK is a really stable environment. It's actually quite easy to invest in the UK. We're looking at companies we acquire, but also places where we can partner and work with. There's quite a vibrant startup community in the UK, and we're working much further along those lines. Talent is at the forefront of what I think about every day, where I spend a lot of my time working with our talent, but also thinking about the talent we need for the future. And the UK, luckily for us, has tremendous talent across all those fronts. And so we're very clearly working through our people strategy and the ability to pull from the strong education system in the UK, universities here, as well as the experience that sits in this country is really important for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our second fireside chat. Please welcome our moderator, economist and broadcaster, Linda Yu.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Linda Yu. I'm an economist at Oxford University, and it's a real pleasure to chair this panel on how can we trade sustainably. I'm also an advisor to the UK Board of Trade. So I actually think I don't need to introduce the two people with me on the panel, but I'll do it anyways. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is the Director General of the World Trade Organization. We're absolutely delighted that she can join us here today. And to her left is the Right Honourable Anne-Marie Trevelyan, MP, Secretary of State for International Trade, who you've already heard some very inspiring remarks from this morning. So just to set the stage for this panel, we are going to talk about how to make trade sustainable. And in the transition to net zero, it's patently clear that the global rules-based system is a crucial part of it. It can enhance opportunities, it can reduce risks, and it can help with a just transition. And for the UK, with its own seat now at the WTO, the UK is very strongly positioned to take a leading role and to forge a new consensus around what a free, fair, and green trading system could look like. How can we continue to benefit from international trade, but making it all those things: green, fairer, and freer? So, just a couple of small questions for our next 15 minutes or so. And I'm just going to kick off first with Dr. Ngozi. The WTO is at the center of delivering results and delivering this change that we're describing. I want to just pause and ask you, what values are you instilling as you lead this organization so it can be an agent of real change?
Well, thank you, Linda, and good morning, everybody. You know, this question about values is really critical, and thank you for asking. Because if you look at the WTO, one of the things that attracted me to go for this job is the fact that you look at the preamble to the Marrakesh Agreement that set up the WTO. It actually talks about the purpose and values of this organization. And I think over time that has somehow been forgotten. So instead of instilling, I want to bring back the values that were put there in the first place. And it says the WTO's purpose is to enhance living standards, to help create employment, and to support sustainable development. I mean, what more could you want than that? But I think over time this has been forgotten. And I always joke that I have nothing against trade lawyers by any means, but I think the WTO has been turned into a forum for trade lawyers. And so we've kind of forgotten what it's all about, because that says it's about people. And as long as you have the values in your mind and you know you're working for people, I think it centers the way you go about your agreements.
Thank you very much. I'm actually seeing a question to you, Secretary of State, which is DIT is tasked, it's a fairly new department, tasked with setting the UK's independent trade policy. What are the values that you are espousing in your leadership of the organization to make it this organization for change?
Thank you, Linda. Well, first of all, I'd really like to thank Dr. Ngozi for being with us today. And I am incredibly proud of the work that you're doing and really trying to drive not only, as you say, the values into WTO, but actually finding ways that we can start to deliver that. You know, I speak as someone who was Secretary of State for International Development. There is so much potential for trade to genuinely raise the bar for all those across the planet. So what I want to use with the tools that we've got with DIT is to make sure we are releasing barriers, the free trade agreements that we make. We are now free to make ourselves, not only with those incredibly successful developed countries like Australia and New Zealand, who are our first free trade partners that we're working with, but so many other developing and middle-income countries where the use of trade, the mutual reduction in barriers and understanding the value of doing more together means that we can, exactly as Dr. Ngozi says, raise up those standards and tackle some of those long-standing challenges where, you know, as I always say, I've explained it to children in schools. So tariffs are because you feel anxious and you want to protect something. But if you get nothing coming through, you get a great tariff of zero. 100% of zero is still zero. Free the tariffs and you can see the growth in investment. We're talking here about inward investment into the UK because we know that it will help our economy to grow and it will help those who invest to have greater outputs for their businesses and therefore to make these innovative solutions become part of the future, which we can share with those other countries who we know need to grow.
Thank you very much. The next question, Dr. Ngozi, I want to get your thoughts on is where do you see the opportunities to really make progress, whether in sectors or in major trading relationships? Be very good to get some of that sense from you of the direction that we should be looking at.
Well, as far as the WTO is concerned, you know, it's about, a level playing field, predictable trade, stability of the multilateral trading system so that business can have more certainty. And I think where we need to start with the WTO, you have to know that part of the problem has been that very few multilateral agreements have been able to be negotiated in the last few years because of the consensus building approach of the WTO. And so that's why I always say I'm impatient, because it shouldn't take 20 years or 21 years to negotiate an agreement on fisheries, negotiating away harmful fisheries subsidies, which are about ocean health and sustainability, as well as, fisheries for our livelihoods of our fisher women and men. So I think where to start for me is to complete some of those things. And I'm happy to say the UK has been very active. I want to return the praise, because since you joined in your own in your own regard, is that the right word? You've been very, very active on all these things. So let's complete a multilateral agreement like the harmful fisheries subsidies. There are $22 billion out of 35 billion of subsidies in the sector. Then let's also look at agriculture. I mean, the issue of food security and livelihoods, especially in this pandemic, for poorer countries is paramount. Let's complete that negotiation. And then let's look at new areas. I'm very excited by the possibilities of e-commerce and digital, where 105 members are now negotiating an agreement that could underpin trade, digital trade. And we know this is the future. Services is growing, or was growing pre-pandemic, compared to merchandise trade. And again, we don't have rules that underpin that, so we now have 65 members who've negotiated are negotiating a plurilateral agreement on services, domestic regulation of services. We think we can complete that by MC12, and that would be very helpful. The members now cover 97% of services trade, so that's huge if we can get that done. And lastly, I want to talk about both green. I believe future of trade is services, is green, is digital, it's inclusion. Now for green, we have, actually, I want to challenge the business community, because I was saying to Jimmy Dimon behind that we had an environmental goods and services agreement that was shelved in 2016. I think politically, some of the goods that were going to be included were favoring perhaps one member more than others, but I think we should revive that, and business should be agitating for that. We have an average of about 6.5% of tariffs on environmental goods at the moment. We could lower that, and that could make trade one of the instruments to move goods around. And then so green is very important. Can I just say another word on green?
Of course, yes.
That's about the issue of carbon taxes. This is the future, but what we have now is a very fragmented system of 68 or 69 jurisdictions with different approaches to carbon taxes. We have the EU coming up with the carbon border adjustment. Maybe Canada and the US will look at that too. We have different regimes that range from less than $1 a ton in Ukraine of CO2 to $130 per ton in Sweden. Now for business, I think this is a bit of a nightmare, having to navigate all this. So I'm advocating that the 4 international institutions, the IMF, World Bank, the WTO and OECD, be tasked to come together by the G20 or world leaders to develop a common methodology to a global carbon price. And this would really help business, it would help households, it would even help finance ministers. I used to be one. And so this is something I think is a new approach, a new way, and I'm very excited about the possibilities of that. So let me stop there. I won't say something about inclusion, that trade can be an instrument for inclusion to bring micro, medium, and small enterprises into regional and global value chains, and women into trade.
Fantastic overview. Thank you so much, Dr. Ngozi. Same question to you, Secretary of State. Where do you see the real opportunities? Dr. Ngozi there mentioned a plurilateral approach. That's when a smaller group of countries come together, and that does take leadership at the country level to make breakthroughs and contribute to piecing together a multilateral global rules system, which takes a lot of work, but it sits within the WTO system and helps make progress. The UK has been active in that, but do tell us where else you see the opportunities.
So I think a number of areas, and obviously Dr. Ngozi mentioned it, talking about the green sectors and how we really turbocharge that and make sure that we are getting our institutions to support how we can make this as impactful as possible. You know, we're all sitting here today to talk about some of the great innovation and why you might invest in the UK, but as these grow here, we want to be able to really make sure that they can reach out across the planet, not only so that we can see the fantastic export benefits and that, you know, made in the UK stamp that means that other countries will want to be part of those technological developments, but also, and I think it's Dr. Ngozi's point, the challenge of some of the tariffs that sit in this green space. We need to think about it across the piece because we have this challenge. If this is the decisive decade to really crack the keeping 1.5 degrees alive, we have to really focus on all the barriers that exist to reducing the likely chance of being able to achieve that. So many countries have come forward with NDCs in the run-up COP26, which we're hosting, which really do, if we draw them together, give us the chance to get there. But in order to meet many of those conditional NDCs, they need the technologies not only to be invented, but to be invested and to be drawn to a point where, as Bill Gates was saying this morning, they are commercialized and cheap enough to use everywhere. And for that, we need to strip away any of the barriers that will reduce the pace at which we need to do that. So I think there is a really important challenge there. We've seen the ability to do that through the pandemic with the vaccine rollouts. You know, we've been working with the Serum Institute in India, some spectacular pace at which it's possible to do that. And huge thanks to WTO, who did a lot of work behind the scenes to make those flows as impactful and speedy as possible. So we know it's possible. We've just demonstrated in the last year, and I think that'll be one of the challenges going forwards. But I think we should take up the challenge. You've set yourself a whole piece of homework there, Dr. Ngozi, which is the really important question of how we get carbon taxing right. I think it's great that across the planet a number of different organisations are thinking about it and are testing out the balance. But exactly to your point, for business, there needs to be a consistency and there needs to be a fairness. Because if we're going to have that just transition, we all understand that there has to be a pricing element to this, which is landing in the right place and fairly, and which will therefore drive the change that I say we need to be doing at pace.
Fantastic. We're out of time, I'm afraid. I could listen to the two of them all morning.
Do I have time to say a word of commendation?
Please.
To the UK. Actually, the work of the Board of Trade. You know, you talk about 100 products now that you're going to have, you know, zero tariffs, environmental products. That's very good, as well as this thing. You foresee 1.2 million jobs in the UK by 2050 from green and from low carbon development, and also 1.8 trillion pounds in exports. So I just want to commend that work and to say that I like what you said, one of the new areas that I should have talked about is also about the pandemic and vaccines and the work we're doing at the WTO to make sure that vaccine inequity is overcome.
Yeah, fantastic. Have to make time for accommodation for the UK. So to just sum up, a huge thanks to Dr. Ngozi and the Secretary of State. I think we know that WTO leadership is crucial because sustainability is a global public good. And the UK is uniquely positioned because it's so competitive in so many aspects of the green area that we will hear today. And I think the efforts that we do here fits with the overall picture, the leadership that's needed. So it's consistent. And as you heard, it is joined up. But we also have heard all morning, we need more money, we need funds. And I think that is the challenge to the next panel, which is on green finance. And before I hand over to the next moderator, I think the one thing I will stress is that we have heard from leaders today who are executing a clear strategy. To me, that's how we get to the outcome of a sustainable future. So thank you all. Please join me in thanking and giving them a huge round of applause, Dr. Ngozi and Anne-Marie Trevelyan. The next panel is going to be moderated by Rhianne Marie Thomas, CEO of the Green Finance Institute. It will be on green finance, and she will introduce her panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The plenary will recommence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The summit plenary is about to recommence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The summit plenary is about to recommence. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to open up this afternoon plenary, please welcome your MC, Dambisa Moyo.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for coming back on time. I hope you've enjoyed the panels on ingenuity and technology and on investment opportunities across the regions of Great Britain. Thank you to your respective hosts, Eileen Burbridge and Lord Grimstone, and to their distinguished panelists. Coming up later in the final session, we will get a peek into what's coming up in COP26. We have Alok Sharma, who will be interviewed and who is leading Britain's role as the host for the COP26 in Glasgow in a couple of weeks. Then we have our final session, a keynote that will give us an opportunity to hear from Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, on global Britain and its central role in climate action. However, before we move into the next segment, I am conscious that we are just 1 hour away from the end of this conversation here at the Science Museum, and we'll be traveling on to our royal reception. I must ask that you please listen carefully to the instructions so that the journey to Windsor Castle is as smooth and as punctual as possible. I'm now moving my role from one of MC to moderator, and I'm delighted to invite in a moment to the stage the Right Honourable Kwasi Kwarteng, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, as well as Alison, the Chief Executive of NatWest. But before we do that, we're going to have a small video. Thank you.
We've now been in the UK well over 10 years, And we had exceptionally good collaboration both with the central and the regional government, such as the government agency in Humber, and it's just been phenomenal how they've supported our journey. But what attracted us in the first place to invest in the UK was that UK is just such a natural home for offshore wind. And we were really encouraged to invest early and big in the market, which we chose to do. We think it's great with the new 10-point plan. I mean, doubling off offshore capacity towards 2030 and really pushing renewable hydrogen is something which we think both the UK needs for decarbonization journey, but also is a great backdrop for us to continue to invest.
Thank you very much again, everyone, and I'm delighted to welcome two amazing panelists who, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, do not need any introduction. To my left, the Business Secretary, Right Honourable Kwasi Kwarteng, and to his left, Alison Rose, Chief Executive of NatWest. I'm going to start with the Business Secretary. Just over lunch, we saw the public announcement of the net zero strategy, which is building off of the 10-point plan, which was announced by the Prime Minister just over a year ago. I would love to start there and really just put it into context. We're moving from theory, specifically the 10 points that were outlined in the 10-point plan, into practice in this panel. So I'm very keen to hear how you see that evolution and perhaps some reactions to this announcement, which you've been a pillar of.
Thank you, Dambisa. I mean, it's really important to remember that these strategies don't simply come out of the blue. It's the final summation, if you like, of a lot of work. You mentioned the 10-point plan that was published, or rather announced in November last year, so less than a year ago. A month after that, there was the Energy White Paper, which really kind of was mutually supportive of the 10-point plan. And now, as you said, we've got the net zero strategy. And I think if there's one concept that I want to land, the net zero, that infuses the 10-point plan, the Energy White Paper, and the net zero strategy, is this idea that the taxpayer, the government, isn't going to spend its way to net zero. We have to hook in and leverage private capital. And that's very much at the center of what the Prime Minister said this morning. And there are a number of ways we've already done that, notably in offshore wind. I heard in the video you mentioned, the speaker mentioned the fact that we'd done this, we de-risked offshore wind. Bill Gates spoke very eloquently about the green premium, and we've reduced that green premium, particularly in offshore wind. And the challenge really is for us to reduce that green premium in other technologies. And the net zero strategy is very much focused on that, particularly in regard to carbon capture and hydrogen, but also it does give a measure of support to consumers, to voters, to people, the public, to make that transition. So I was very pleased in the strategy that we've announced £450 million for the boiler upgrade grant, and also there's a commitment in the strategy to net zero investment portfolios as well. So we're very conscious of the fact that we want to de-risk investment, but at the same time we need to carry the public, people with us. And those are the two big challenges that we need to knit together.
So I think that's really an important segue into Alison in a moment, if I may, to talk about the consumer and customer specifically. But before we do that, just to push a little bit more regarding the 10-point plan and now the net zero strategy. One of the things that I think has been particularly interesting is that there's been a lot of concern from the business rooms and corporate boardrooms that a lot of the policy initiatives tend to be very risk mitigation focused. So there hasn't really been a big push in terms of driving or supporting investment. And I think the 10-point plan really showed that that was not correct thinking. You talked about hydrogen, and it talks about EV, it talks about many other aspects. Could you talk a little bit more about how you see that dichotomy? Obviously, there is risk to be mitigated, but also investment in this audience in particular is critically important.
I think the way to think about this is in terms of what Bill Gates called the green premium, the risk of investing in very new technologies. And of course, these new technologies sometimes need support. They need encouragement to attract private investment. Classically, we did this with offshore wind. So I remember a time, I was elected in 2010, if you can believe that. But at that time, we were looking at prices of like £150 per megawatt hour in offshore wind. And because of the CFD, because we essentially underwrote investment in that, we saw the cost curve come down dramatically over the last 3 auction rounds to £39 a megawatt hour. So that's a classic example of something which started off at a high cost curve that through incentives and through attracting private investment, we managed to get the cost curve down. Now that trick, if you like, that mechanism, I believe can be replicated in other technologies. And the net zero strategy is all about that, as the 10-point plan was all about that. And there's carbon capture. We made some great announcements on carbon capture today, the clusters, where we want to promote that. We've also made a commitment to nuclear as well, which obviously we need to thrash out what the investment model is, but that's something that we're clearly committed to. And also particularly hydrogen. So one of the things I'm very proud of is the fact that we managed to publish a hydrogen strategy only in August. And that essentially was a twin-track approach. It promotes blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. And in both of those technologies, I think a measure of government support will crowd in private investment. That's the hope, and I'm fully expecting that's what's going to happen.
That's superb. Alison, may I bring you in, please? In particular, picking up on the Secretary of State's comments regarding customer. I think, I was very keen to have this conversation because, you bring in a lot of the voice of the delegates in a way. People will understand the lexicon of finance. Could you talk to us a little bit first about customers, and then perhaps we can move it into small and medium enterprises in a moment?
Sure. Well, I think one of the things about the 10-point plan is it's laying out a really clear path on where investment is going to be needed and where it's going to be to make this transition. And a lot of the work that we need to do is really move the debate from the science of climate change and the issues we're facing. The science is very clear. We have science-based targets. We understand what we need to do. But moving into the practical of how we now do this and really move forward. I think there are a couple of things. There is no lack of finance that is available to fund this. We've seen some of the announcements of investments coming in, but also, the work I do with Mont Carney around GFANS, and we're talking about the money that is coming from finance, from asset managers and the demand there. But at a practical level, how do we do this? So, having common data, so knowing how to measure our emissions and getting a credible transition plan to net zero. There is a lot of taxonomy around there. There is a lot of data around there. So building that commonality. And then I think really bringing these investment ideas to life. And I think that's the real key. For very, with no disrespect to large businesses, and I'm one of them, building a net zero plan, I have resources available to allow me to do that. But for consumers and small businesses, it's much harder. They don't have the huge teams to do that. Particularly in the UK, there is a huge opportunity, and I think moving the debate into the opportunity of transition and the value it will create. For SMEs in the UK, they represent 50% of the turnover of the UK and 60% of the employees. And when we look at the business cases that are available to help them transition to a low-carbon economy, it represents around 160 billion revenue opportunity, 130,000 new jobs that can be created from this shift to low carbon. But that's all great, but how do you put tools in their hand to help them choose? How do you put tools in the hand of consumers who are saying, we really care about this, but we don't know how to do it? And so I think these great opportunities in the path to net zero, it's coming. The business opportunity and the value it can create is really valid. And at a time that we need to make sure business confidence is remaining high, identifying those opportunities, getting people to invest in the transition and starting now, because net zero is something we need to achieve. There's not a long period to get there. And making that real and tangible for business and consumers, I think, is a critical part of now the execution of a net zero plan.
So I think certainly from my perspective, I really love numbers, and so hearing the 160 billion is incredibly eye-catching, but also the job creation. I think these are all themes that the government could get behind. One of the comments that came from the finance panel was around concerns around the policy environment. I wonder, just out of out of curiosity, in terms of how you see things, where do you think there could be more opportunities to work with the government? I mean, clearly the government's been very clearly articulating where they think the opportunities lie. How do you see that gap? And then we'll take it back to the Secretary of State.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's closing the gap between, I think if we start measuring the emissions by sector and then thinking about how we transition. So we know, for example, the housing sector is a huge part of the emissions challenge that we're facing. So closing that gap to, and I think the announcements today that nobody's going to be forced to rip out, their boiler, and then there's going to be funding, and bringing public and private sector together to solve these problems and unlock the opportunity. The agriculture sector is a really important part of, the country. If I think about it from our perspective, 1% of our financing on our balance sheet is to the agriculture sector. It represents 19% of our emissions. So bringing public and private sector together, universities in terms of, what they're doing around translating new renewable energy, getting those working practices into agriculture, working with entrepreneurs, great example, Harvest London, vertical farming. Just has secured a huge investment to build a new site. So we've really got to bring public and private sector together on the specific sectors where emissions need to be addressed and think about transition. Because, as I said, some large sectors have resources to transition. Housing sector, we need to make sure we don't create a dislocation in regions and society as we do that, but invest in them because they're going to be more sustainable.
I don't know if
No, I mean, excellent points. I mean, I've been writing notes very assiduously. I mean, I think your sectoral approach is absolutely 100% right. And in the net zero strategy, we did that. And I sat on countless meetings within government where we looked at different sectors and how each of the departments related to those sectors could really come up with a plan. And actually, the net zero strategy is an aggregate of all those different discussions that we had across the UK government. I mean, your point about agriculture is absolutely fundamental. That is clearly a sector where we could be doing a lot better in terms of reducing carbon emissions. And as I look at the UK's success, I think the partial success, I mean, it's not over by any means. The Prime Minister made the point that we'd reduced carbon emissions by 44% since 1990, and yet we'd grown the economy by 78%. I mean, that's all very well, but actually, if you look at that, 44% reduction, it's very lopsided in terms of the sectors that have been decarbonised. I mean, if you look at power, and the Prime Minister made the point, we've been quite successful in decarbonising power, and we've got the aim in terms of electricity generation to reduce it to zero, carbon emissions to zero by 2035. However, if you look at buildings, there's still a way to go. That's part of the announcement that we've made regarding boiler upgrade grants and heat and buildings as well. And then, of course, in agriculture, there's a whole other host of problems where we could, I think, be more focused on decarbonisation. So this decarbonisation route has been so far quite lopsided. And our big challenge, I think, over the next 10 years is to bring all these sectors to move roughly at the same speed. It won't be perfect, but we need to get them more aligned than we've hitherto managed.
And maybe I can just push you a little bit on that. And I'm sure the numbers, you'll have more accurate numbers, but one of the sort of targets in the net zero plan is for, by 2037, emissions to be down by at least 50%. So how should we think about that process now that you're saying it should be much broader in terms of different sectors? How does that sort of play out in a practical sense?
Well, our nationally determined contribution, NDC, is to have a 78% reduction, because I said it was 44% by so far from 1990. We want to have a 78% by 2035. And the challenge here, I think, is in two specific sectors. I think agriculture is clearly a huge challenge. I think we can do this, but that's an area of great focus. And then the other area, which politically arguably is the most sensitive, is in terms of heat and buildings. And we're getting there. As I look at the other sectors, it's still very challenging, but there is a route path. So you can imagine a world in England or Britain, UK, the British Isles, where we basically decarbonised power because we've got offshore wind, we've got other renewables, we may have more nuclear baseload. That can be imagined. I think with transport, we've got the boldest ICE phase-out scheme or plan of any other advanced country, 2030. It's only 8.5 years away, and we're fixed on that. So that's a plan, that's a lever that we're pulling. I think in agriculture and buildings, there's still a wider discussion. We've gone some way to answering those questions, but there is a wider discussion as to how we can decarbonise as efficiently as we have done in other sectors.
So, Alison, I know that you've talked to me about an app and some of the work that you're doing, much sort of innovative and cutting edge to try and get directly to the customer. And I think it's just in terms of broader framing, I think this room is properly represented by two of what I would say are three levers that will be quite important in the energy transition. It's represented by policymakers, it's represented by technology and innovation, but I think the missing group in here, some would argue, is customer preferences. I mean, of course, we're all customers, but I don't think we have a strong voice on that. But I wonder if you could just talk to us a little bit about your specific app, but more generally, again, just picking up on this theme of customers and preferences.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the focus on the opportunity here and the opportunity to finance this transition and transition all these businesses, and demand is coming from business owners and consumers already. We can see that. We launched sort of 18 months ago a 3-year target to lend £20 billion in climate and sustainable financing into the UK, and that was fully funded within 18 months. And we now think there is an opportunity, and we've put a commitment out to put 100 billion of financing to do that. So the demand is there from consumers and from businesses to make that transition. We know with SMEs and small businesses, 70% of them want a more sustainable and resilient supply chain. And I think if COVID has, and the pandemic and the rewiring of the global supply chains that is going on, what it has taught you is that need to have, resilience in your supply chain and sustainability there. So we know there is demand, but only 12% of them have it in their actual capital plans today. So I think developing tools and insight for them to enable them to do that. So we're developing tools with Microsoft to put into SMEs to help them measure their footprint, measure their supply chain, and make decisions and finance it. And then for consumers, again, we know that this generation and consumers are demanding change. We've partnered with a fintech called Kogo, which is going to go into our app, which will allow consumers to track their carbon footprint and then make choices. And I think this is the thing, those buying choices and those demands by suppliers, by SMEs, by consumers is going to drive this change and accelerate it. There is real momentum there. So I think any business that isn't starting really to think about how they move very quickly on this, they are going to find that their market is potentially moving away from them. But it is an opportunity. Again, I say, our research says 160 billion of revenue opportunity just from the SME in the UK. The amount of investment that's going into new technology and entrepreneurs developing in this space is really creating a huge opportunity. But I think what we've all got to do is and certainly what I take the view of my role is to put practical tools and steps in the hands of consumers and businesses, because the demand is there, and that is just going to accelerate because we can see they're already breaching targets. And so I think that's an important part of what's going to drive the transition.
I think that's a really important point to stress, because the whole notion of provenance and what technology is doing to enable us all to have information about the products you buy, how much CO2 emissions are created, water, what's the average salary being paid, it will be at the tip of our fingers. And so I think that's really important. Secretary of State, I'd like to go back to you. One of the themes that I thought was quite interesting in the sort of earlier conversation is that the point, there's a sort of a cynical view out there that there might be a tension between sort of initiatives around sustainability and growth or trade. I know these are not necessarily your specific areas, but nonetheless, business and industry and energy are all areas that are inputs and important catalysts. So could you just talk to us a little about how you see that schism and that tension between what we're trying to do here in terms of financing green, but at the same time what that might mean for growth as well as trade?
So, I mean, the statistic I always quote in this regard, and I've already quoted it today, and the Prime Minister mentioned it, is the fact that we managed to reduce our emissions by 44% since 1990 while growing the economy by 78%. So those two statistics show that decarbonisation can go hand in hand with quite significant growth. And I think people around the world, countries that I speak to, countries that I visit, increasingly recognise that. They feel that actually what is now called the Green Industrial Revolution can actually represent not only a transition to a cleaner, more sustainable economy, but also represents huge economic opportunity. I mean, I see this in China, I see this across the Middle East, I see this particularly in Europe as well. And people are understanding that the wave is coming, whether we like it or not. 5 years ago, people used to argue, oh, well, climate change is a thing, it's just been made up, all of that. The consensus behind it is quite extraordinary. And what people are realizing is that as this wave is coming, you can do one of two things. You can either be at the front and actually be a beneficiary of the transition, or essentially be a laggard, in which case you're a price taker. Mm-hmm. You're not someone who can then shape outcomes, or it's much harder for you to shape outcomes. And I think that's, if you frame it in that way, I think the amount of goodwill and the interest, not only from countries, but also, as you say, consumers demand change. That's a fundamental insight. The people themselves, it's not just a top-down by diktat transition. It's something which is also coming from the ground up, from constituents, from voters, from families, from individuals. And I think that really shows that there is a huge opportunity. Now, not everybody is convinced. I mean, there's still people who think that this is all a bit of a scam and that we're not doing the right thing and it's going to cost a huge amount of money. But those voices, I can assure you, are much, much fewer in number than was the case even just 8 years ago.
That's super. Alison, can I ask you the same question, really? It's essentially about prioritization. So, it sounds like the business secretary is saying that, we essentially need not make a choice. I mean, essentially, what's good for green is good for the economy. I wonder, just from a business lens and all the competing demands on management mindshare, from COVID to work from home issues, obviously inflation, macro, et cetera, how do you see the challenge of climate in that sort of ranking of issues? Or how do you address concerns that maybe there's too much to do and you have to sort of stack these things?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to recognise if you're a business owner right now, you're dealing with quite a lot. The recovery of the economy, supply chains, rewiring around the world, skills gaps, all the different things in climate. But I think the point around, if you look at the opportunity on the transition and the value that it's going to create around a more sustainable and value supply chain, better asset class, stronger consumer demand, I think, and couching it in that frame, I don't know any business owner who is, dealing with a huge amount of things to do when you say, well, look, there's 160 billion opportunities sitting there. You can grab this or not. I think the key is how do we make it digestible and put the opportunity in front and get the public-private really working together, which we've demonstrated we can do super effectively in the economic sort of a crisis we've been through of COVID and now the rebuild. But getting that opportunity there, but making it digestible and accessible. So awareness of the investment opportunities, confidence, and I think that's where the 10-point plan is really helpful. These are investments that are going to happen. They are priorities, and therefore you should feel confident about investing them, giving them visibility of supply chain and the choices you can make, and the consumers being able to make that. So for me, it's about couching the opportunity as part of the recovery, rebuild, and sustainability of your business. But we've got to make it digestible, because if it's just another thing on the agenda for business owners, that's a tough thing to deal with right now, particularly when we're just in this contraction period of demand and supply ramping back up as the economy reopens.
I think Alison makes a very good point, and I don't want to paint too rosy a picture. I mean, there's still lots of hearts and minds that need to be won over. There are lots of issues in terms of the global transition. We look at energy, price hikes, high cost of gas, the spectre of inflation. All of these things are extremely challenging. What I wanted to set out, and the 10-point plan sets out, is that in the medium term, I think there's huge economic opportunity in the energy transition. And I think people like Alison, people in this room, and also people in the public, my voters, they sense that, but they are worried about the more immediate short-term concerns, and that's something which we have to address. I remember, just lastly on this, in my days, when I was in the City of London, an old boss said to me, talking about bull markets, he says, a bull market climbs a mountain of worry. So saying that, that there's the upward movement, but at each stage, there are huge obstacles, there's huge concern, there's lots of debate, but that doesn't mean that you're not increasing and getting to a better place. So I thought that was quite a good metaphor for the sort of thing that we're engaging with. But I think, and very lastly, I was appointed Energy Minister more than 2 years ago. We've come a long way in those 2.5 years. I mean, the net zero targets, the net zero legislation, the COP26, huge numbers of companies represented, some partly by people in this room, signing up to the race to zero. There's been a lot of momentum, and I think that's really encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's to summarize, maybe put words in your mouth a little bit, but it's essentially less tactics, more strategic thinking. And I think that it's certainly the case that the 10-point plan and now the net zero strategy are giving us that. I'm going to give you degrees of freedom here to maybe send any message or any comments you'd like to sort of end up with in the last few minutes that we have. Whoever would like to go first?
Well, I mean, I'm as you can probably tell from what I've said, I'm in the optimistic side of the equation in terms of the opportunity that the transition presents. I don't think any of us should be under any illusions that the transition is going to be smooth, but I think it is a transition, and therefore collaboration between public to private sector, unlocking the financing, being realistic about getting the funding for infrastructure and new technology online as we transition the economy. But I think it does represent an enormous opportunity. And the final point I would leave with is, I talk to businesses every day, and I think we shouldn't underestimate how entrepreneurial and resilient business has been through the pandemic and COVID, and how business models have been able to pivot so rapidly. And there is a significant amount of financing and opportunity to fund the new economy, the net zero. And I think it's incumbent on all of us as investors, as financiers, as policymakers to actually now move into the practical how to really deliver the opportunity.
Business.
And Alison said quite rightly that the science is now well established, and we need practicality, we need tools. And in terms of my experience, I remember in the summer of 2019, when I was made energy minister, I spoke to, actually they might be in this room, so I better be careful what I say. But they said to me, what are we doing with carbon capture? What are we doing with that? What's happened? And I said, well, I'll look into it. And today, as it happens, we've announced the clusters that where we want to see carbon capture. And that's just in 2 years. I think in the next few months, we'll be able to actually see investment in this. And in 2 years' time, we will have clusters where carbon capture is a big thing, with employment, with investment, with big capital infrastructure. And that's an extraordinary transition if you think about it. And the last thought I'll leave people with is, my background is in economic history. I love it. And I remember reading about this and thinking that even in the 1950s, this country produced 250 million tons of coal a year. Okay, if you can imagine that, that's 1 million tons of coal coming out of the ground every single working day. And today, coal is responsible for between 1% and 2% of our electricity generation. That's a huge transition. Now, we've got less time to make the transition to net zero, but I think the strides that have happened over decades can be accelerated with innovation and also with investment and focus. Because when we did most of that transition away from coal, we weren't thinking about decarbonisation. Now we are. I think we can make huge strides.
Well, I think that's an amazing place to end off today. I just want to ask you all to help me thank the amazing panel for their comments and insights. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think that the UK 10-point plan is clearly demonstrating the commitment from UK to actually decarbonise. I also think that it clearly shows that decarbonisation and economic growth goes hand in hand.
The UK government 10-point plan gives us clarity on the way forward. As a player in heating technologies, we've already developed, together with the UK government and BASE, a prototype of a hydrogen-ready boiler, and now we know that we can further this investment in order to go to industrialization.
For Vattenfall, the 10-point plan is an important prerequisite because our aim to enable a fossil-free living within one generation is our business strategy. And we are, for example, one of the leading developers of offshore wind in Europe. And this plan and the support it has from the UK government will enable us to use that competitive advantage also in the UK market.
Welcome everyone to one of the last sessions. This has been an amazing session that has been put on in terms of Global Investment Summit. But that's not the only major thing that the UK is doing, because just in a couple of weeks, as many of you know, the UK is going to basically be hosting COP26 in Glasgow. And Alok here has been working tirelessly in terms of preparing for that. You were telling me 35 countries in the last 8 months with a COVID pandemic going on. So I was just going to chat to him a little bit about COP and what's coming up. And I guess, Alok, the first thing I wanted to ask you about is with it, you know, a couple of weeks ago, how are the preparations going? So what progress have you had? What are the challenges?
Well, thank you very much for that, Sharma. And I think the first thing to say is that this is the biggest event summit that the UK is going to have organised since the Olympics in 2012. And we have the added complexity of COVID, the huge challenge of dealing with that. We've got, we're expecting around 25,000 people to come. And then, of course, the small matter of getting 200 countries around the world to reach consensus on some of the issues that we're trying to get over the line. We've got over 120 world leaders who have already agreed to come. And I sort of get asked this quite a lot, can you explain what are you actually trying to achieve at this COP? And in very sort of straightforward terms, what we're trying to do is to get world leaders to make commitments to limit global warming. And you will all know, it was in the news back in August, that the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change said that we're now at least 1.1 degree of global warming above pre-industrial levels. Now that doesn't sound a great deal for lots of people, but actually you're seeing the impact of that around the world. So whether it's flooding in China or Central Europe, or wildfires in North America or Australia, you are seeing the impact of that. And the report concluded it is human activity that is causing this. So what we are trying to do is ensure that we have commitments to limit global warming. In Paris, the world agreed that we would do everything we could to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees, aiming for 1.5 degrees. And that's why the overall objective of COP is to keep 1.5 within reach. And where have we got to? Well, in terms of the commitments from countries, when we kicked off this process, less than 30% of the global economy was covered by a net zero target. We're now at 80%. Before Paris, the world was heading, some scientists said, towards 6 degrees of global warming by the end of the century. Paris bent that curve to below 4 degrees. And the IEA has just brought out a report which said that based on the commitments that have been made over the last 18 months, if countries follow through, we are heading towards 2.1 degrees. So still more progress to go.
And that 0.6 of a degree is material impact for communities. So this is the most consequential COP we've had since Paris, I think. And Paris, as you said, set the goals, but now it's the how and how do we get it done. And I know one of your big focuses has been in terms of the business community and what role business plays as opposed to government. So I was curious on what you're looking for from the business community, but also the investment community. We had a panel of people speaking for a lot of capital in driving this. What are some of the things?
Yeah, so I think one of the other things we're trying to do out of COP is, of course, to get developed countries to deliver on the $100 billion a year that they promised to support developing countries with. There's a promise made back in 2009, and developed countries said from 2020 onwards, for every year, $100 billion would be mobilized. We are not there yet. The latest set of figures from 2019 say that we got to $80 billion, just under. So we're working on a delivery plan, and we are within touching distance. But actually, the point here is that, $100 billion is a lot of money. But actually, what it needs is trillions of dollars every year to transform economies around the world. And what I would say in terms of the private sector is that I think there has been a transformation. And I think we have gone past that inflection point where we are at that stage where corporates around the world, governments and civil society are effectively singing from the same hymn sheet, and they understand that going green is absolutely the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do because it's good for the environment, but actually it's also about growth. It's also about your bottom line. It's why so many of you are here. It's why we've got announcements of, I think, £10 billion announced today. And so what I really want from the private sector is kind of more of this. So firstly, please sign up to the Race to Zero campaign, which commits you on science-based targets to get to net zero by 2050. And Andrew Griffiths, my friend who's sitting at the front, has been leading the charge on getting UK companies to sign up to this. So really brilliant work that Andrew's been doing, and many of you will have signed up for this. The second thing is the money. And you, Sharma, are working on the money. You will have heard about GFANZ, which is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, something that Mark Carney, Sharma, and others sort of started off just earlier this year. Around $90 trillion of assets are now committed to this, to go to net zero by 2050. And the next step, as far as I'm concerned, is how do you mobilize this money in developing countries? And I know that's a piece of work that you are leading. And I think the final thing I want to say, maybe I can ask you a question. Have you heard of somebody called Swampy? No. Who here has heard the name Swampy? Brilliant. Okay, some of you have. So Swampy, for those friends from the international community who don't know, was kind of the face of climate action in the 1990s. It was someone who sort of went up trees and in tunnels to stop development. And I would argue, actually, the Swampies are now in the boardroom. You are the Swampies. You are leading the charge on climate action, and it's gone mainstream.
Yeah, which is phenomenal. Gosh, being the new Swampy of climate change. But as well as the capital commitments, I think one of the things you're working on and GFANZ is working on is that we have to get the projects happening as well to deliver all of this. And you mentioned what we're doing with developing countries. We've got a country platform going on with India where we're trying to start with a pilot project in one country and then roll it out to others and catalyse more transition, particularly in the developed markets that are going to be the biggest, developing markets, the biggest source of emissions coming. But with all this work you're doing, and it's been amazing in the lead up to it, but you will then have COP presidency for a year from then, which we're all very pleased about. But what would you like to see as the headlines as we finish COP, and then also the legacy of Glasgow? What are you really looking to achieve?
Yeah. So I think one of the things worth saying is that in terms of the commitments we're looking from governments, of course, every government matters, but the G20 really does matter. And if you look at the G20, we're talking about 80% of global emissions, 85% of global GDP. And that's why, I've been very clear, is that we need every G20 country, just as the G7 have, stepped up and got commitments to, cut emissions, be ambitious on that by 2030, to align that with net zero by 2050. And we need all the G20 to step up on this issue. And I think in terms of work that we've been doing, just take one example, is on energy transition. And when I've been going around the world, what has been very clear to me is that there are lots and lots of developing economies that actually want to move to renewables. They really want to do this. And they're seeing actually what is happening in terms of coal assets becoming potentially stranded assets in the future, and the private sector not willing to invest. So I think, the other thing I would really like is if we can work through GFANZ and other mechanisms to get some more investment from the private sector into these countries to help with this sort of clean energy transition. And I'm sure you'll have heard the statistic during today, but actually, if you look at the UK, over the past 30 years, we've managed to grow our economy by almost 80% and cut emissions by 40%. And we are a poster child for green growth, and I just want to thank all of you here who have helped to make this possible. In terms of the headline that is coming out of COP, well, the headline I would love to get coming out of COP is world leaders deliver on keeping 1.5 alive. And the reason I use the phrase 1.5 alive is because actually there are lots of countries around the world, the small island developing states, for whom 1.5 really does mean whether they continue to exist or they go underwater in some cases. And that's why that's the headline that we need to get. And it's going to be tough. We're going to try and get consensus on how we do this over the next few years. And what else would I like over the next few years is obviously for companies to keep doing what you're doing, deliver on the commitments that you've made, for countries to deliver on the commitments that they've made. And one of the issues that we are trying to resolve as part of COP is finalize the outstanding elements of the Paris Agreement. And one of those is around transparency, so how countries report what they have done in their economy. And if we can get that over the line, we're going to be able to see that countries are actually delivering on the commitments that they've made. And I think the final thing to say, really, is that at the end of the day, the reason we're doing this is, of course, for this generation, but it's also for future generations. It's for your kids, your grandkids, my kids. And at the end of COP, people will look us in the eye, they will look world leaders in the eye and ask whether or not we delivered for future generations. And that's why COP26 is so important. And we really look forward to seeing many of you there.
Yeah, and look, it's fantastic that the UK is taking on this commitment, not just for the UK, but for the world, because it is the fundamental issue facing our community at the moment, is what we are doing to the planet and our global communities. And as you say, we need to act. So we're all wishing you the very best for this, and the whole room, I think, is with you in supporting you. And we've only been allocated 10 minutes today to give a taste of what's going on, but hopefully we'll see many of you at COP, and we can continue this discussion and support you in terms of driving the outcomes that you're working so well for.
Fabulous. Thank you, Sharma, and see you all at COP. And please tell the G20, the world leaders you're talking to step up to the plate. We need them to step up now before COP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking part in this fantastic summit. We've seen what the United Kingdom has to offer as a modern, high-skill, low-tax global hub. The British brand is one of the most known and respected around the world. And our flag flies as a symbol of openness, freedom, and reliability. With almost £10 billion committed just today, we are showing the UK continues to be the best investment destination in the world. And as we recover from COVID, I'm determined to show that the best way forward lies in free trade, free enterprise, and free markets. That's why we're seizing new opportunities to level up our country with more jobs in the industries of the future. And it's why we're reinforcing our domestic economic strength with diplomatic and security partnerships around the globe. They are vital to the network of liberty that we want to build worldwide, championing the cause of enterprise and freedom. We're at our best when we're open to new ideas and opportunities. And Britain is at our best when we're open to the world. The free exchange of goods, services, capital, and ideas has made our nations great. And that's why we've gone from transporting cotton along the Manchester Ship Canal in the 19th century to exporting global brands like Manchester City and Manchester United in the 21st. It's why our great Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, embraced international investors in the 1980s, helping companies like Nissan, find their home in Britain. Cars like the Qashqai are now as quintessentially British as the Vauxhall Astra or the Land Rover Discovery. Following in the footsteps of Adam Smith, John Bright and Richard Cobden, we now have a new generation of British trailblazers here at this summit. Sarah Gilbert, whose Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is literally saving the world. Emma Walmsley of GSK, whose industry is delivering life-saving products. Or Poppy Gustafson of Dark Trace, who's using AI to build our defences against cyber attacks. The United Kingdom is a science and tech superpower, open to ideas, open to investment, working to create opportunities and improve lives. We're determined to be bolder, more competitive, and more forward-leaning than anywhere else on Earth. At the heart of this is a fundamental belief, which I know everyone in this room shares, in the power of free enterprise. When people and businesses are free to use their imagination, their ingenuity, their ideas, they deliver the best results. And we've got to harness this innate potential. That's what this summit is all about. And this spirit is the jewel in our crown as the United Kingdom, and key to making us the sceptred isle of investment. It will deliver more growth, more jobs, and higher wages. But it is only one part of positioning us as a global hub for trade and enterprise. We've got the super deduction for companies investing in new plants and machinery, announced by my friend, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak. It's the biggest 2-year business tax cut in modern British history. Our Office for Talent is working across government to cement our place as the natural home for the best and the brightest. We signed agreements with partners like India, Australia, and Japan to make it easier for their professionals to live and work here in the United Kingdom. Openness has long been the key to our national success. It's how Mrs. Thatcher's Big Bang turned London Docklands into the skyscrapers of Canary Wharf that we can all see today. And that spirit of openness drives us to create new freeports across the country, from Plymouth to Liverpool to Teesside. It's not just about creating the so-called Singapore-on-Thames, it's about Singapore-on-Tees as well, and much more. And we want to harness your investment to help create jobs right across the United Kingdom. That's what our Office for Investment is achieving under the leadership of Lord Jerry Grimstone, with a £10 billion investment from Abu Dhabi's Mubadala Investment Company into life sciences and tech. It's also secured deals like Nissan's £1 billion expansion in Sunderland and created a hub for electric cars. We're also working to deepen our economic relationships through trade, striking deals so far with 68 countries plus the EU, and there are even more in the pipeline. My colleague and friend, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, is looking forward to launching negotiations on deals with the India and the Gulf, as well as completing our accession to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is the kind of country we want to be. Open to opportunity, positive, proud of our history, and looking to the future. I believe fiercely that free enterprise is the way forward for the whole world, now more than ever. We are unashamedly pro-business, and we couldn't be happier to say we want your investment here in the United Kingdom. Making profits and delivering for shareholders creates opportunities and improves lives. And we're reaching out to help developing countries build back better from COVID too. We're working with like-minded allies like the United States and Japan to finance clean infrastructure that is reliable and trustworthy. This is going to be vital to delivering success at COP26 in just a few days' time. Enterprise is needed not just as a tool of recovery, it's also a tool of human progress. And the belief in free enterprise and in business underpins our vision for a network of liberty. But the world must also be a safe place for free enterprise-loving nations. And that's why we will be hard-headed in defending our interests, building new diplomatic and security ties, as well as deepening our economic partnerships. This is how we will champion openness, freedom, and prosperity worldwide. As we come out of the pandemic, investment has never been more important. We have to reject the declinist, protectionist voices, and we have to believe that our best days lie ahead. That's why you will be making the right choice by investing in the United Kingdom as a low-tax, high-skill global hub for investment. You are choosing a country that is trusted, reliable, honest, and open. A country that is committed to free enterprise and innovation. You can bet on Britain, and together we will make that bet deliver like never before. Thank you.
Okay, it's about that time. I said at the start of today how important it is that we as a global investment community shift the conversation on climate action from risk mitigation to investment in innovation that is capable of changing the world and offering real returns, financial and societal. I feel that today's conversations have energized this focus on the power of innovation. And I see several themes that we can take away about the way we think about investing for climate actions. First, that we learn and build on success, notably the way in which collaboration propelled the vaccine, for example, from conception to reality. This is a formula that we have to apply to climate action. Science plus investment, backed by good public policy, and in this case specifically, the Prime Minister's 10-point plan as an engine, are crucial. Second, that we need investment to close the green premium, a price gap that leaves sustainable options for heating our homes, transport, and fuel out of reach for so many people. Innovations and scaling up are essential to make sustainable options affordable. Third, that we innovate not only in the UK for the benefit of the UK, but that the UK efforts have a global impact too, so that the 90% of the world's population living in the emerging markets can play a part in the green revolution without further compromising their living standards. This is global Britain, and this is what it can offer. However, I am sure you all have your own thoughts and ideas on today's proceedings. So I suggest that we carry on the conversation at Windsor Castle at our royal reception, which will be hosted this evening by Her Majesty the Queen and other senior members of the royal family. In the meantime, please may I ask that you stay in your seats until you are approached and guided accordingly. But I hope you found this to have been high utility, and I thank you so much for your attention and attendance. Thank you.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, shortly we will be commencing the loading of the coaches for the royal reception. Please remain seated until your coach number is announced. Please